Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my personal trading journal. The idea here is that everything on my two primary monitors is captured in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. I have a commitment to take no trades ever off of the stream. All trades are live. All trades are real time. There's never replay or playback obviously if you're watching the stream at a later date than today, which is 28th of July, 2026 at 0800 Central Standard Time, you are watching a recording, but it was recorded live and without any editing. I don't know how to do that, frankly. And that's the point. It is not for trade or financial advice. And there's a disclaimer in the description. But it wouldn't be much of a trading journal if I didn't include, record, anticipate, take, trade, and as I said, record my trades. That's the whole point, isn't it? Now, having said that, let's get started with the reporting, the numbers that are out for today. And they are going to be at 9 o'clock. We've got consumer confidence. That's going to be a pretty big number. And this is investing.com, which is my primary news source. I keep it minimized kind of because it's free, so there's ads flying all over the place, but this way it kind of keeps it minimized, and I can do a nice screen snap here to post into Discord or wherever, and I appreciate that. You can filter this for any place that you are on the earth and any reports that you're interested in. I'm in Central Standard Time. All my times on my charts, my reporting that I refer to is all Central Standard Time. One of the things that I like a lot about investing.com is that they only pull normal economic events into their calendar. No crazy, no random other things which may have an impact on our auction here, but that are non-traditional. Trump speech, for example, or something like that. Valid thing, no problem. I just like the fact that this keeps it economically and financial heads up right here first. And then I have another news source I'll show you in a minute. But one thing before I go on, notice that the header of each event turns into a URL. So if you don't know what consumer confidence is, you can click that link and find out all about it. We are in earnings season, and it is in full swing for the quarter. Today we've got Visa and Coke and a bunch of stuff, including CME down there, I think, somewhere. Tomorrow is going to be a big day. Tomorrow is going to be FOMC minutes and rate decision, and it will be, see what I mean about that damn thing. And it's going to be Microsoft and Meta reporting after the bell. Little moon over here means after the bell, and the little star means before, obviously. So tomorrow is going to be a huge day in terms of earnings, and the FOMC rate decision, et cetera, is going to be big, and that's at 1300 tomorrow. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice. Now, one of the reasons they have a calendar on this side and they have a squawk box over here. You'll notice that at 1300, Trump attends Graham's funeral. Okay? Likely, well, here's even better. 10 o'clock this morning, Trump meets Israeli PM, tentative. Well, you'll never see these in investing.com, but it's obvious to anybody involved with the markets these days that these kind of events could have some potential risk to our auction. Nothing wrong with any of this stuff. I'm not making any political statement here. What I am doing is stating a fact. In the markets today, our primary goal as traders is to manage risk, preserve our account. If you don't know about a risk, it's hard to manage it or to mitigate it. So I appreciate when they pull these things into this calendar, if they can. Obviously, if Trump tweets something on Truth Social, what the hell? Nobody knows it's coming except him and the people that he, is inside. The insiders know, but nobody else. So how are we going to, nobody can plan for that. Anyway, I do. So that's the difference between the two news events or two news sources. And this is more of a squawk box. So it gives a pretty, fairly up to date running narrative of what's going on. All right. So much for that stuff. Let's take a look at the pre-market. Well, absolutely tight, absolutely perfect, absolutely balanced. You see the gold line here and the gold line there? That indicates, those lines indicate the balance of the profile. If one of them is up here and one of them's here, that means there needs to be more volume traded to the upside. It's perfectly balanced, absolutely. So, very good possibility we'll have a rotational, an open auction, and a rotational day. And that's to be expected with what's going on. Got some news at 9, big news at 9. We've got the Trump or the Lindsey Graham funeral, the potential meeting with the Israeli PM at 10, and then at 1300 there's the Graham thing. So all of which could have some sort of, I don't imagine that Trump would take the funeral as a opportunity to get in front of the microphone but you never know. I mean, absolutely never know. And in my opinion, the best way to manage risk, if you don't know, is to stay flat. Sit on your hands and see. Who the hell knows? It's just one day out of 250 some trading days every year. So there we are. Now this is investing.com. It's my original charting package. One thing to note about it is in the header of all the charts is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can always tell. These are the micros, micro tab, and this is the mini tab that I have. This is the micro ES, micro NQ, the micro ES high time frame chart, which is my micro composite. And again, it is a micro ES daily chart, daily session, RTH session. So each one of these candles represents a full RTH trading session. This was yesterday, Friday, Thursday, and so on. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. And that generates a micro composite VPOC, which is this yellow line, these high and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines. Those values for the high and low volume nodes push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices over here. This is the market profile, which I don't change back and forth between micro or mini. I do change between the full session and the RTH session. And then, as I said, this is the mini tab. Same exact layout, same everything. It's just minis instead of micros. Now, the session prices here also push directly to bookmap. Let's see what volume is up to today. ATR per 1 minute bars, 1 3/4 points, but volume is high. That's interesting, isn't it? They're trading the hell out of them and price is not going anywhere. Interesting. So again, we are essentially short inventory because here's the close and or the open, however you want to look at it. The close is right there. And we're essentially, all our inventory is essentially traded below it until right here, until these last few minutes from around 6:30. So I would suppose there's a possibility typically that we would expect responsive buying to take some profit from this short inventory, but it's a little bit hard to say that when you look at how balanced the profile is, isn't it? It is for me. And the VPOC is right smack dab in the middle here. Okay. The next order of business is Bookmap. First things first, this is the heat map or the charts. And these columns are data-driven or cloud notes pushed and propagated by me from somewhere else. This is starting from the right column is the micro composite, where I have entered these values manually. Yeah, this was taken out yesterday. A lot of stuff got taken out yesterday because we have basically an engulfing candle for Friday, and this is yesterday's trade, right? RTH, and it's engulfing for sure Friday and damn near all of Thursday. So any of these naked volume points of control here, interestingly, that the naked volume point of control for yesterday is perfectly aligned with the one from the last two, Thursday and Friday, isn't it? Look at that. Well, maybe just a slightly higher. So, that would be right here, the naked volume point of control. So we'll see what happens with that. And the POC is right here. Settlement. This is the full session volume profile. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically from IRT. The full session volume profile started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is the RTH volume profile and delta, which will reset this morning at 8:30. The statistics column, which is important to me. The session prices, which push automatically from IRT. The full level 2 book, ask and bid, and price. There's no indicators on my book map or IRT. There is only, I have to keep things simple, right? So there's only volume, probabilities, and price, or statistics and price. These lines just represent price. They show the historical movement of that price, but they only, for example, the POC here, wherever it went, POC represents the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the auction, so far in this session. So 74.48 is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, and here's the full session, which is 74.41, and that's where 2,144 or 3,144 contracts traded, and 3,500, and that is the minute that one of these prices trades one more contract, it'll move there. That's all there is to it. This is from yesterday's RTAs. VWAP for the Globex and the full session, or the RTH. I suppose you could call that an indicator because it's calculated. Call me a liar. Shoot me. And price. That's it. And there's a mid. Sorry about that, Mr. Mid. There's a mid. Now, there are some prices that can kind of confuse some people, I guess. This is the IB low, and the IB high would be then up above us. IB standing for initial balance, which is an old market profile term. There's a big statistic around that. I trade around that. And what those levels actually represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all. And here's the statistics column, which is very important. And this is Blue Boy. I almost forgot. This is my favorite coworker here. This is a vertical line. which I just put on the first print of every session. And the thinking here is that if I know that right here is the inside market. This is right here, right now, trade live and direct. If I glance left and I see Blue Boy over here, I know without any question that the entire overnight session is in view, and I can have complete understanding of the context. And that's really important. Now, the statistics we have. The first thing we need to do is determine the statistic type, open type for the day, and there are only 4 of those. There's a higher out of range, which was yesterday, higher in range, lower in range, and lower out of range. Higher out of range, lower out of range, they're both gaps, a gap up, gap down. So if there's only 2 criteria, so this is real simple. If we were going to open right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous close? Well, there's the previous close right there. So it's higher than the close. How would that price compare to the previous range? Well, come on. Wow, what a day. Well, I'm not going to keep going. There we are. So there was the previous high, and there was the previous low. So we are not higher out of range, we are higher in range. So the first step is to change the column title. And I do that so that if I look at, or anyone, looks at a screen snap or the stream, you can see that title. You know that I update it every day and know that that is the open type for the day. And that gives you the relationship of the statistics. The next thing we're going to do is delete the statistics from yesterday, and we'll get the ones for today with their associated prices. Clear the notes. Doodly-doo. There we go. Now, I'm going to have to pick this up a little today because I'm going to be doing some early morning trades every day from this going forward. So the statistics come from this study in IRT. You notice that yesterday was higher out of range. We know that today is going to be higher in range. We just determined that. The system looks back at 1,836 days. Of these trading days, most recent trading days, we opened higher in range 573 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 81 times. Now, let's get this unscrewed here a little bit so we can get our stuff in here. Here's the overnight volume point of control, 81 times. And that's all there is to it. Going down the list, the overnight high, 74.7. Well, we got to screw it in a little more here. 74.7. The mid, 74.5. I think I better come down a tick. Oh, too many ticks down there. Oh, I know what the problem is. Come on. So what is going on here? Boom. Did that do it? There we go. Previous close, 68.8. Previous POC, 65.3. Oop. And I want to do one more of these. Obviously, the reason I put those initials is the minute we open, POC is going to move. So the IB low, there we go. The IB low, how low did you go? There's the high. Where'd the IB low go? IB high, IB low. Okay, 61.8. We're going to do the same thing with that. And remember, that's because of the definition of how those are determined, right? The minute we open, the IB low is gonna be way up here below price. Previous low, 53. Previous high is way above us. Okay, I've got to do something else now, and we'll get back to the statistics here. I need to do something called the TLab snap, which I do every morning at 8:20. And that is something, first of all, boy, I multitask so well. The TLab snap is this. I do this every morning at 8:20. And around 6, I post the reports for the day. This is simply a chart or a tab you see right there, TLab, that I dreamed up or that I created long ago for the traders lab, to give everybody in there that doesn't have the similar kind of charting capability all the numbers that they might need. Now, the TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B., who's was a professional trader when he started years ago, 48 years ago. And now I'm sure only trades his own account. I would be amazed if he still manages other people's money, but you never know. Anyway, he does not trade live, nor does he call trades. Let me start over. It's not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trading room by anybody. So, and you're not solicited for anything in there. But there's a lot of good people. Tom has a lot of good ideas. I was real active in there and appreciate the help I got and the things that I learned. And that's why I feel a certain sense of obligation and camaraderie or, support to put these snaps in every day. And I continue to do that and will do so. In fact, the stream is essentially based on a suggestion from, I think, Tom, probably, maybe Rod, probably Tom, to focus on your own market and narrate your market and your trading rather than yucking it up in a Discord room and stuff, screens can happen and a bunch of things like that. And so that's what I do. And because I don't multitask well, it evolved to the stream. And it's the most complete and accurate, transparent, and fully accountable record I could have by doing it this way. So there you go. Now I'm going to do something really this morning. I'm going to start taking a new idea, a new trade setup. First of all, in order to trade with Bookmap, it's real important that we be able to do that, I think. You have to initialize the trade control panel. Remember, we've got news coming out the top of the hour. Initialize the trade control panel by selecting an account and then go over here. You can click the button again because it goes back. You get the real estate back and you get the cancel and close. Then you go over here to select the proper trading statistic, which is all from last night. There we go. Multi-brackets is on. Multi-count trading is on. And now this, I'll explain why I'm using these Lucid accounts rather than my live amp account here in a minute. So this is a testing idea that I'm going to do at the open, the first 30 seconds, actually. See how this works out. I've been back testing it and replay trading it with Bookmap at night. This is Tuesday. Don't know about news at 9 in the morning though. That's going to be a new one for me. I've not had that issue. But what are we doing? Well, we're busting up to the top here, aren't we? All this is going to be is a real simple setup. I'm going to do the rest. I'll get back to the rest of the stuff later. But I'm going to turn on the candlesticks because I can't figure out it. One of the problems that I have with Bookmap is I'm going to turn on 30-second candlesticks. Okay. And then I'm going to spread that out a little bit. And I'm going to get rid of the last price because that's, maybe it's okay. And we're getting ready to open here in a few seconds. Now, I'm not going to be doing a lot of talking at the open because I'm going to be thinking about trying to get this trade going. And I'm going to get this out to 30 seconds down here. Well, we still have 5 minutes. I'll wait for a while. The idea is this is a 30-second trade. It's the magic box. A stream member here traded it successfully, and I'm going to give it a whirl because I'm tired of not doing anything. And it's very simply, it's an opening range breakout around the 30-second level. That's it. So that's, but in order for me to be able to see that, I've got to spread this out the timeline to 30 seconds, which is not even close. At this moment, it's 4 minutes or 2 minutes. And then I'm going to be watching for the high and the low. And when I'm doing the replays, and I think I will do so here, I turn off the last price because it's too confusing for me to see. Now, that's pretty obvious where the high and low is, right? And I'm not going to be worrying about volume profiles resetting or any of that noise that I always complain about because this is something else. We'll see what happens. I'm just tired of standing here not doing anything. So I've tested this a bunch of times successfully. Will not or not. We'll see what happens. First time in the live market, by the way. And again, it's just real simple. It's the high or low of the first 30-second bar. When price breaks out the top, boom, you go long. Breaks out the bottom, go short. It's nothing but the opening range breakout on a 30-second window. So back to the pre-market then. We're going to, look at this. And this is what's got me a little bit spooked here because this is pretty dramatic with this news coming up this morning at 9 o'clock. That's an event I haven't dealt with before. And we'll see. If it looks overwhelming and I can't figure it out quickly, then I will stand down. It's pretty simple. I got nothing to prove to anybody but me and my family. But it is live in real time here on the channel. So just quickly, okay, we got 2 lots. That's right. Okay, boom. It's the micros. Okay. And maybe, just maybe, it won't be tradable. Maybe I'm not fast enough. Maybe I'm sure Magic's probably faster than me, and I'm sure he has got using it. Now, what I have to do is visually understand the high and the low. That's why I put the bars on here and get rid of the last price. In any other software, I could have an indicator of that high and low, just like we do the initial balance. So we're going to open here in 15 seconds, it looks like. Let's get out to 30 seconds. There we go. There's 30 seconds. And there's the open. So this is the candle we're watching for, the high and the low. 30 seconds, right? I can't see the low. That's not a good thing. There's the high. And the low's somewhere down there below us. There we go. So we're going to put an order here. And we're going to put an order down here. And let's see what happens. And so far, nothing. There we go. Now I don't know what to do up here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flatten them and I'm going to cancel them. Well, there we go. Now, I got lost there with my orders. Here was my stop, and here was my order, and I didn't figure that out quickly enough, and that's why I flattened everything out and canceled everything. You see all the orders bang along through there that have been canceled. So, there we are at 22 ticks. So there's the first. Now, this can be dealt with through the this can be dealt with through the first 30 minutes. And I'm going to see what happened. Oh, IRT crashed. Okay, well, that's pretty disappointing. All right, I am going to now and it's still going. So if I'd, and it hasn't even gotten near the stop. So I should have stayed in this with the runner. What Magic Box system works is gets paid and lets a runner run. Now I have to get confident about this and get this all worked out. Bookmap is kind of unhandy for this, to be honest with you. What I'm going to do now is get rid of these candles and get back to Bookmap because we'll start watching for the initial balance trade. Boy, look at it go, and I got out way too soon. Look at there. There we go. Okay, now, what is going on here? Kind of a bitch. Man, this IRT, I've got to figure out why that's doing that. That's really bad news. Oh, well. Okay, well, so there's one down, one in the bag. Thank you. Thank you, Magic Box. And I'm going to point out now, never has it gotten near the stop. So that's important. And now we'll see if we can get IRT back to life here, over here. Yeah, so that's not good. Okay. I think everything's okay. Let's go to this one. Oh, poor IRT. Oh, man. That's nice. What happened to our columns up here all died? Well, my. Okay. Jesus Christ. What is it? Well, it looks like this. Looks like the volume profile is reset pretty well, so that's kind of cool, I guess. Yeah. Whoa. Okay, let's see what we got here with our session levels now, and we're 1 point. No, we're not. So we're 1 point high now on the system prices, and we're back to somewhat normal. Well, we don't need to be 30 seconds, do we? Let's get to about 5 minutes or so. There we go. That's a little more normal. So here's our first trade of the day, and that's the magic box. And had I not, wait a minute. Yeah, you see, if I hadn't wussed out, it would have taken the runner. I mean, it would have taken the target, the first target right there. I'll tell you exactly why I did that. The minute it was in the trade, I have had an issue in replay canceling the wrong resting order, whether it's the stop. This is the one I should have canceled by itself. This is the stop for this order. And I didn't pay attention to that closely enough, and I didn't want to stop and do the wrong thing. So I just immediately closed them out in profit, unfortunately, right here rather than down here. Let it go down. And also be sure to understand there's not even remotely close to a stop, and it's still running. So if it were a payday and a runner, would be just magic, no problem. So there's one trade I'm going to do every day. Now that's going to be done for the first 30 minutes, I believe. That's how the magic box works. And but in this case today, we have consumer confidence at the top of the hour. So I'm not going to do that. There you go. And I forgot what else I was doing. So let's carry on over here. Statistics probably. Let's keep going. Notice that IRT highlights the correct box open type, but only after the open. So in our case, we always do that before. And also, it's interesting to point out here. Notice how some text is blue and some is black. Levels that have been revisited, in other words, the overnight POC and the overnight mid have been revisited, and so it changes the text color to blue. How cute, huh? What else was I going to do here? Well, we did that. Notice how the IB low is up here and the high is up here. Overnight high, close. What other levels are important to do here? Value area. Let's look at that one. Where's the value area low? At 66.4. What I was looking for is previous high and previous low, those kinds of ones. Overnight low, how low can you go? Previous low, 53.3. Now this is going to be a really good example of something. 53.3, I think. Hold on, let's look at the overnight low. 65.6. Well, that makes sense. What I was going to point out is oftentimes we will have a statistic up here like 50s, down here 60s. Well, it's pretty clear that price has to get through the 50 to get to the higher number. Has nothing to do with that. These are probabilities, period. Only based on the two criteria that I described. Overnight high is 56.1. Ooh, what's this? What happened there? Overnight high 51 point. Where did this come from? Was I looking at the wrong level? Oh yes, I was looking at the wrong level. Overnight high is wow. Sorry about that. I lost it now. I got so excited I forgot. 51.6. Wow. I was all busy thinking about the trade. Hey, Anton. Good morning. What's up? I'm busy trying to catch up here with what I let myself get loose from. I don't know what else to do. I tried the magic box this morning, worked fine, and it's still working. Here was I got confused with which order to cancel first, so I just closed them out right here, but it's still working. Here's the entry. There would be the stop. No, it's still going. So I've been doing a lot of testing for those at night, so I thought I would give it a whirl, and it worked fine. I mean, it's only 22 ticks. Come on, but it's still chugging right along. So this is how this would be a good example of the payday and then let a runner go. So yeah, I thought I'm just tired of standing here not doing anything. So I thought, well, okay, I'm going to do something. Well, we've got consumer confidence out at the top of the hour here, so be careful. And then we've got Trump going to tentatively meeting with the PM of Israel. That's Netanyahu, isn't it? Isn't Netanyahu the prime minister of Israel, or maybe he's the president? I don't know, because it doesn't say Netanyahu; it says PM of Israel. And but that's tentative at 10 o'clock, and then I think 1300 or something is Lindsey Graham's funeral. Oh, look at it go, son of a gun! I shouldn't have wussed out. But whenever I have a question, I just flatten fast. And that my question was, because more than once in my practicing and replaying, I've canceled the wrong group of orders. And with this big 5 bunch of stuff strung out here, it's pretty hard for me to tell which is who. And if I cancel this one by accident, then all my stops and targets are gone, which I've done in the. But look at him go. Now this makes perfect sense to be. We were in such a balanced condition. Where am I? Which thing am I on? We were in such a balance. Here's what I've been talking about. Yeah. And that's the next one I'll move on to here. You're coming up here in a second. No. This is 15. So there's that. I'm not sure still about the 5-minute thing, how to do the entry, other than just the highest point. As long as the 5-minute candle closes, the range is more than the minimum range determined or predetermined, and then if it's there short or whatever. That's the next testy outy thing. I mean, this magic box thing is there's nothing to think about. It's just, there it is. It's just an opening range breakout on a 30-second chart. That's all there's to it. The 5-minute is different. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I blew it. It would have worked out swimmingly right now. It would be 10 points in the money. No, 20 points for Christ's sake. Yeah. Well, here's the second. Here are the original targets, 1 and target 2. This is 96 ticks. So, yeah. What I guess I wussed out on that one too quick. And here's 96 ticks going to happen right here. Watch that. Bang, there it is. So that would have been T1 and T2. This is 24 ticks and 96 instead of 22. Jesus. Pathetic. That's disappointing. I'm going to go back to bed. Technically, this would have been another trigger in the magic box because the high and the low of the first 30 minutes was there. So this would have been another break of the high and low. And Magic mentioned that I asked him, I think, and he mentioned that he only trades it for 30 minutes. Boy, I'm disappointing there. Son of a bitch. Man. Oh, well. Onward and upward. I've conditioned myself too much to that. If there's any question, flat and fast, and I did that. Perhaps, well, not perhaps, without giving it proper thought or proper time. Previous ETH low and damn near down to the previous low. They break out of that bottom and there's going to be all hell, you know. That's going to be the dump. The dump. 12 minutes to the consumer confidence. Tomorrow's going to be huge. Tomorrow's Microsoft and somebody else. And FOMC rates. Trump's already screaming about, Washington's got to lower the rates. It's going to be real interesting to see what happens. My thinking in the evenings and the replays has been a progression in time of the magic box, the 5-minute opening candle, and then the IB, you know? Bummer. Wait a minute. Oh, here's the open. I'm looking at the wrong pink thing. Here's the open. So the 5-minute low is right there. Oh, where am I? Here's the 5-minute low. And there's the open, isn't it? Am I losing my mind, or what's the story here? Oh, yeah, this is not the open. Okay, never mind. The open's got to be somewhere else, and it's not even on here. Why is that? Why is that? Why not? Who's on third? Opens is 49.75, right? Thank goodness for IRT. Yeah, I did some other studying about your stuff here with Edgeful. And I don't know about you, by the way, but it's cool over here. It's only 80. I mean, it's like 27 or something. Well, my phone says it's 80. Phone says it's 80. My one computer says it's 93. So I can take your pick. Today's a no drivey day, so that's great. Well, the box would still be just ripping. Am I glad I didn't do that? Maybe not. Yeah. Well, there's something to try to figure out how to code up now so that I can have some sort of, oh, come on, IRT, Jesus Christ. Hmm. God almighty. Okay, here we are. We just opened on the POC and now we're down. But a little bit of pullback just came to the lows there. And are they going to keep dumping it? I don't know. IRT's got only 9 seconds, it says. 9-second lag. I can't believe that, but anyway. Is this thing working? I gotta reset everything here. Okay. There we go. I'm going to be going strictly with this one too. Yeah, it's really starting to be a lot of pressure. I'm waking up in the middle of the night and whatever else, you know. It's it sucks. Me too, actually. I'm not certainly looking at that one thing as a panacea, but I'm standing here talking all goddamn day, all day, and not trading anything is over with. You know, I can't do that. Now, how disappointing to have exited right here, and this is where we are, eh? But first things first, I guess. I wish there was a way I could do, whatever. Yeah, me too. Bottom line is, yeah, me too. I don't care if it's a simple setup, but a setup that works. My old IB setup was working very well until it didn't work very well anymore, you know, which is what I mean, that's the nature of the game, I guess, but that was pretty disappointing. And the other external circumstances doesn't help. That's for sure. Boy, oh boy, look at that. Wow. 30 handles. Wow. Yeah. Anyway. Let's see now what else is going on. I haven't done anything with. I did a bunch of stuff with Edgefill. Found a bunch of things that I didn't know about. For example, in the Edgefill AI thing. They're saved. So here is all the stuff I was doing, looking at breakdowns and retracements by time, position sizing. Way up here at the top is your 5-minute story, back and forth, and how I was trying to nail it down. This is just to do with the statistics by day, retracement time, level, did it continue or not? Where I went was, okay, let's say that you take the IB low, then it retraces to the 25%. What's the probability that it goes back to the IB high, or more importantly, on to the next level, say the 20% or the 1%, you know, or the 10% of the standard deviation or not? That's what this was about. And somewhere, here we go. Opening candle versus ballistic. Now, where do we go? Let's get up here to your stuff. So anyway, now that I know how to go back and see what I was talking about, I was trying to do screen snaps and a bunch of crap. This is what I'll do. Let's get up way up here to the top. Yeah, a retracement occurring within the first 5 minutes of the session. Yeah, okay, so that's where I came up with that idea. And that's how I worked out that it couldn't figure out the retracement back to the open. So I started trying to use that other thing, which this is just the retracement stuff. Anyway, so now I can go on one mode, like work on the opening, the 5 minute open, and then I'll have all of that in one spot to be able to go back and look at, or we can talk about, or if it might help or something like that. Can I make these? What is this? How do I know what that says? This was returning to the open, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, probability of returning the 5 minute open in the RTH session. And what it basically told me is it can't do that. I need to use this other chart, which is this other thing, which is what I did by changing the custom deal. So that's where we're going to go there. What do we got going on here? The gap fill. I don't want that. We didn't fill the gap, however, within a couple of ticks of it. I don't want the opening retracement. Oh well, let's see. Let's see what this says. Well, what I remember from the thing I watched and listened to was that it has to do with whether the dealers whether the price is going up or down, and the dealers are trying to get short or long, and whether they need to buy or whether they need to sell. Isn't that the idea? That's what. No, I didn't look at this. Don't remember specifically what you're talking about there. When I listen to these things, it's like I do that when I'm going to sleep. So, sometimes it's, but I still have them in my history to go back and when I find something that's interesting like that, then it's in the history. So I can come back to YouTube history and watch it on the machine here, right? So that I have it on the upper machines, on the upper monitors, and then I can do, if I need to, I can look at the actual chart or whatever I want to look at on the lower monitors while that YouTube is going up there. That's what I will do. But anyway, isn't that basically it? It's got to do with whether, as I understand the whole gamma thing, is it's the options market makers making sure that their positions stay delta neutral. That's what I took away from it. Maybe that's not correct. And the doesn't look like consumer confidence was a big thing. Look back 3 years. So there you go. If this is all, it doesn't have the entry part right, but on the ES, session opened above the 830 open 405 times in 3 years, and opened above and retraced back to the open 349 times, 86%. There you go. And the other way around. But it's in the 80s either direction. Over 3 years, based on without the ability to put in a range, you know, how far away it was, height or range or something. So that's what that says. Now, this is where you could take this, and what I found with the AI thing is I can take this specific report and analyze that and have AI look at that, this exact report and these exact numbers, and then ask it questions like, okay, how far, given that the price opened above, how far above, you know, and retrace to the thing, because that's what I'll try to do next. And then I'll have one conversation about it that I can share with you. Yeah, and those levels come from where? I mean, that's always a question I have, is where do those data points or those levels come from? And that's from the from the SPX and what? I mean, there obviously comes from the options world, some freaking place. I guess those are strike things. I don't know. Gamma regime. Yeah. Are they strikes out so far or something? It seems like it would be, yeah, I got to figure it out, obviously. Anyway, enough of edgeful. Let's get back to the real world. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what everybody's always talking about, the spy and the cues. Okay, templates. Let's get away from that. Get back to here. Breakout, retracement, rejection. Get back to what I'm trying to think about here. 910. We still haven't got the IB yet, so that's all cool. I haven't even looked at this thing over here either. Boom. Boom, boom. So, Jesus, 35 handle IB so far. Okay, let's go up. This was the 5-minute thing. Never mind. Let's go up here and down here and right there. Okay. Yeah, isn't this lovely? There's the overnight. So there's a short in both profit targets there. That would be just snazzy. Wait a minute. Oh, wrong one. Wrong one. Uh-huh. That's the one we wanted right there. Okay. All right. try to get back to some sort of a process. Well, which did form first? I haven't even looked. I didn't even put Blue Boy on the job yet. What kind of a rancher am I? Okay. Well, obviously the high formed first, I'm assuming. So let's see if that's right with TradingView. That is, and we're negative. That's okay. Cool. Now, I'll have to make a weekend study out of this whole gamma thing. I think it's, I don't know, maybe I'm just, old and gullible, but it seems like a reasonable idea to me. Now, the thing that kind of scares me is now if you scroll through YouTube, every second son of a bitch is talking about the gamma levels. So that's become the new YouTube, just like the opening range breakout was or something else. That's worrisome as far as I'm concerned. I'm more disappointed that if I'd have just held my ground and been a big boy instead of a wuss, I wouldn't be worrying about doing anything now. I would have had my total, 90, 120, 130 points ticks for the day. Okay, I got the sessions in here. There's the high, the percentages. What do we got here? We got 44 to 52, 12 handles. No, 8 handles. Okay. And manage the risk, yeah. Well, yeah. I think that's true. There are those people who say, entry and all that doesn't matter. Just if, put an entry on wherever and manage the trade, manage the risk, manage the trade. But if the summit immediately goes, for example, if you go long right here, well, yeah, manage the trade means you put a stop in and you didn't move it, but you didn't take any profit. Ooh, thank you, Mom. You didn't take any profit. I'm not saying I did that, but yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons that I like the sound of that when I heard about it. What it is where and why the market maker, the options market makers have to remember the conversation we had not long ago, some days back, about why don't you email Sosnoff and ask him how they do it? Well, maybe that's exactly how they do it. I mean, that's as I understand what I read about them, that's it. That's why they have to buy or sell, and they have no choice in the matter, apparently, because based on the market direction, they have to stay delta neutral. So they have to do those things. Just like the index funds are required to be balanced and buy even this SpaceX bullshit, which is just, another one of Musk's grand scams. They have to buy those to keep that because that's part of the index and that's part of their requirement. And that's what I understand about the GEX or whatever they are levels, is that those guys have to buy that stuff based on the price. If it's, as you said, if it's going up, they have to sell and whatever else. I think is like, I mean, that's how I understand it. Is that the same idea you get? And that makes good sense to me. I mean, that sounds reasonable to me. And I agree with your concept about the yeah, much more. And I agree with your concept about time and the IB. And what the hell am I doing now? That's another question I need to ask myself. So the IB high was formed first. We got a 70% probability that the low will be taken. That's not going to be too surprising. And then next will be, and I'm going to be trading these pretty much mechanically too. When this sumbitch pulls back to that level, I'm going to go there. The big problem I have with this one is and why I was going through that long dissertation with the AI was to determine the probability of, okay, the stat says breaks out, retraces 25% or 50%. First of all, to extrapolate between the 25 and the 50. And second of all, what's the probability that it does those two things and that you get to not only the IB, but on to the next level? And I realize that they are in this AI levels thing over here, because I want to just, okay, when this retraces, I'm taking it. And that's what we'll do. And then in the meantime, spend a lot of time figuring out this gamma thing. And you know what's really funny about this whole, not funny, but back in the TLab more than a year ago, 2 or 3 people, well, before the stream, so that's got to be more than a year, when I was actually in the TLab and reading that stuff, 2 or 3 somebodies in there were going on and on about the GTX levels and all this kind of stuff. And this is, I think it was spot gamma they were talking about a lot, was a big deal to trade with. My general feeling about this is the short side back to the retrace to the 50 and long side retrace to the 25, basically because the market has just been consistently going up. Now, that's part of the thing I was trying to identify with whatever this Edgeful thing is over here. And this is, by the way, this Edgeful AI, I listened to a pretty in-depth description from Andre about each one of these tools and you know, coming down the pipeline or the funnel to get to a trade. This is Grok. And it's paid, and they paid for it. You're never charged or have to buy tokens or anything. They pay for the AI, and you can ask it as many questions as you want. I think it was Grok. So there you go. MQ. Okay, that's Mentor Q, right? And did you see this on there? I've only seen the one Italian guy, even way back a year or so ago or more, when Anne Marie was doing something with him, obviously trying to, you know, get more subs, I guess is how, you know, she does it, why she does it. Forget her last name. Anyway, she was talking with it, and it was the same Italian guy then too. So if you know, whatever the name of that, were you watching it on the MQ site? Because that I will definitely start doing that stuff too. Be right back. Well, I forgot to turn on the music, so you can't disco, I guess. Consumer confidence is 90.8, forecast 92, previous 91.2. Okay, that's probably not good, I guess. No. Boom. I don't know what to listen to anymore. Listen to some Latin, yeah. Where the hell am I anyway? Only 9:15, boy, it seems like forever. Okay, So it was the high, 70% probability of the low with no filters, customize, weekdays, whatever day this is, Tuesday. And we don't have any zones yet. 72%, okay. And what will happen with the retracement? Oh, hold on a second. I'm just reading what you wrote up here. One of the levels calculated is 1 day min max range move. Okay. Well, there's the expected move too, which is a I used to have that plotted on my charts. That is a options thing too. But now that's an options deal. And I got that out of that same period of time. I think Anne Marie was the one that was doing that. To do with this Mint or X thing, the expected move. There's actually a way you can calculate it, but there's a site that shows the expected move on every day. And I used to plot them on IRT based on the options. I'm not sure what one of the levels to calculate is. The 1 day minimum maximum range move range. Okay, so which days, the difference between a day with a minimum and a day with a maximum range, is that the idea? Well, I'll just listen to those things. One question that always comes up in my mind, and I'm sure yours. Okay, if these Mint or X guys have got this all figured out with these gamma things and it's so profitable, why aren't they just trading it and making millions of dollars instead of going through all the drama of building software and going through the, trying to advertise it and sell it and doing all of that? That's the one thing that always comes across my mind. Who's here? Anybody? Funniest thing happened over in Static. Everybody's gone. I don't know what happened. Maybe they all decided to just leave or go on vacation or go somewhere else or what. It's poof. Pretty strange. Well, there is the IB set. Now, let me get my head together here. The IB high was formed first. It was the IB been set. The closing candle is 24 to 50 and the IB range is 47. So if I go over here and I go, first of all, retracement, rejection, customize, it's 25 to 50 and it's 0.47. So that would be the rejection possibilities. Oh, 50-50. 42.42. I hate it when it does that. Oops. 42.42. When I put in the ending zone and the IB size based on TradingView here, which is correct, the IB size is 0.47 and it is a the high was put in first, so that's 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 and blah, blah, blah. And there's the ending candle right there. So that's the 25 to 50. So it goes from 70% IB low taken first to 42.42. And now the retracement, let's see what happens with that. The only thing that can go in there is the size, which is right there. And this is looking back 3 flipping years. So if there's a breakdown, which is what it would be expected, there's a 76% or 77% probability it retraces to the 25. And there's almost 10 points range, almost, meaning that, so that's where my question, my question always comes in. Okay, I didn't know there was a channel. All right, it was the Italian guy that I saw talk. It was a, you know, she was doing a thing with him, a podcast or whatever the hell it was, whatever you call it. I'm trying to get more subs on her stuff. My question is always, in a situation like this where it's basically a rotational day, is do you trade this IB break as a mean reversion back to the first 25? You got a 77% probability that when it breaks the low, if it breaks the low, it retraces to the 25% level. So the question then is, if we break the low, do you trade mean reversion back to here? Or do you wait for it to retrace? This was the question the conversation I got into with the AI. Do you wait for the retrace? And then if so, what's the probability that it goes back down to here or somewhere else? Because that's the big $24,000 question. Okay. I just need one small trade a day or every other day or so to, you know, supplement what I lost and or what the income I missed, and then the wolves from the door, and progression can go with. One thing I learned a long time ago: scared money can't trade. That's a real thing. Oh, I see something I did wrong. I didn't change the frickin' session over here. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. That's going to make a huge difference. Yes, sirree, Bobby. Huge difference. Let me make sure everything stayed the same. I just noticed that. Okay, yeah, there's an 80% probability, now we're talking, that it's going to take out the IB low. And so there's 2 questions here. There's an 80% probability we're going to take out the IB low with all this stuff in place. Does that mean front run to the IB low? And then the next question, based on the retracement, is where am I? And the retracement is, assuming that we do take the IB low, there's an 80 or 60% probability we retrace to the 25%. So does that mean then, assuming I don't front run, do you mean reversion back to the 25, or do you wait for the pullback to the 25 and expect to go and break out further? That's the 2 $24,000 questions. Well, something happened. Oh, Donnie John, what did you say? Oh, Donnie John. Yeah. Iran something, or, you know. Trump's figured out a way that to keep everybody but those with blonde hair and blue eyes from voting. You know, who knows what's crazy. There's always something crazy. This whole thing that I've never really paid a lot of attention to, this whole thing about trying to cover up the fact, you know, like tearing apart the Smithsonian because they have displays about slavery. No shit. It was a big part of this country. It's like why we had a civil war. I don't get it. It's to me, it strikes me exactly as if the Germans just tried to erase the fact of you know, Hitler and the whole Nazi movement. And just glaze over the whole thing. Oh, that's unpleasant. We don't want to talk about that. Well, you better talk about it, because you better never forget it, in my opinion. Sorry for the rant. I just happened to see something last night about that, which I had never really paid attention to. And I thought, what are they doing? And now some court order, this is what it was, and some court order said, no, you can't remove all that stuff. That's history, blah, blah, blah. So now Trump is insisting, or he's put out some kind of a new, you know, edict or whatever it is, to put signs up in front of the museums stating that there's questionable data inside and questionable historical facts inside and what. I mean, are you kidding me? Really crazy. Really crazy. Well, almost back to the Open. There's the Open. It finally showed his little ugly face around here. Yeah, you didn't quite get back to the Open. I guess this is where you tried to come back up to it and didn't quite get there. Yeah, 5 minutes, exactly. Wow. And now what is this? Man. Well, it's 10. No, it's 9:30. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. I don't see anything here, but that doesn't mean anything. I don't know what's causing all this volatility and spiking around. So have you figured out, is there like a free thing with that Mentor X, or you've been able to actually look at it or something, or no? Yeah. And it's similar in, I believe, to Spot Gamma, right? Which has been touted about the TLab and everywhere for quite some time. Like I said, I mean, somebody's got to have figured out a way to pull that data out of the options data flow somehow. And I guess many people could do that. Does Tasty or whatever? I think you told me that you have Tasty Live or Tasty Trade or whatever it is. Don't they have that stuff in there somewhere? I would have thought of all people they would have that gamma stuff, but maybe not. I would be surprised if they don't. I'm also surprised at what's going on with this price. Are you talking about Mentor Q thing? The Mentor Q? Yeah. And Tasty doesn't have that stuff. I'm surprised about that. I don't even know how to get access to the options order flow data. I don't even know where it does. I don't know. I suppose all that stuff can be pulled out of there somehow, but I don't know how to do it. And what a pleasure if somebody's already doing that to be able to use it. But then again, it's just like Edgeful. The next step in Edgeful, where I believe the real value is in back testing strategies and all of that stuff, which is what really, where the rubber really meets the road, is expensive as hell. You know, it's $250, so all in would cost $300 a month. And in a normal world, I guess that's not a lot, but in my world at the moment, that's gives me pause with everything else that's going on. Yeah, I mean, you know, they're about as options centric as you could ever hope to get. I would be floored if they don't have that somehow, some way, or some, you know, some indicator on their normal thing. I can't even speak intelligently enough about what their trade platform looks like, but I noticed just a picture that Tony Batista guy has left Tasty also and has gone to the whatever it's called, the lost dog thing that Scott and Tom started. I noticed his pictures on those things when they come back. I don't know if he's left Tasty completely or what the story is, but I always thought that he and Tom are the ones that had started Tasty Trade, but it's not. It's Scott and Tom that did. Well, look at this shit, and look at this. Banging right around the highs up here. I mean, way around at the top of the range anyway. Come on, where'd the mouse go? There we go. Top of the range anyway. Well, all dressed up and no place to go here. We haven't closed the gap, technically, by a tick or something. Another, tomorrow's huge. Earnings and the new and improved Fed rate decision. So maybe this is just a in the hold market. I don't know. Had I not wussed out, I would be not worried about it at all, but I'm still pleased, but 122 ticks is better than 22 ticks. I'm so glad the heat's broken here. I feel so sorry for people and animals that are outside. These are going to take the IB high now. What to do there? Well, I guess, whoops. I guess I ought to look. What happens if this happens? Let's see. %20 probability that they'll break the IB high first. That's going to come to fruition here pretty quick, it looks like. Did I do something wrong? Let's see. No. The high formed first, yes. There's the IB high going to go. That's amazing. Well, there's a 56% probability with all of the same filtering that now there's the IB high and the close the gap and the high. So there's a 56% probability that we retrace to the 25% level. Why did we do that? Why did we go all the way across the range and take the high? What happened there? I don't see any news. I don't see any news. I don't see any reason other than they're gonna just trade the living hell out of it until squeeze maybe, I guess. Is this a squeeze? Well, kinda. We got a big buy-in tail down here. Right back to the POC. Am I doing the right window? Yes, I am. Wow, it's a miracle. So mean reversion back to in the consolidations, yeah, the breakout retest idea. Yeah, finally, absolutely. We got to the open and then some. Took out, we closed the gap also. Excuse me. And now there's a 25 or 50% probability or whatever I said it was that we'll take this high under these configuration and retrace to the 25% level. Meaning that there's less than 50%, you know, basically 50-50 to get to 25%. So this would have been this open could have been a likely reasonable get on spot as a pullback, I guess. Settlement is right there too, don't forget it, 48. But I have a problem with that, and one of the things that I tried to do with Edgefold that you cannot do is, instead of just 25, 50 and blah blah blah, can you have, you know, 10, 20, whatever? In other words, more granularity, and no can do, Joe. Well, actually, that's not true. Come to think about it, if I'm not mistaken, you can actually change the percentages. So I could have one at 10, and then one at 20, and one at 50, or something like that, I guess. You can't add them, but you can change the percentage of them, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if I'm a high likelihood I'm completely full of crap. So let's look and see. Custom time frame, boom. Yeah. So you can change the percentages for these different levels. Yeah. In 1% increments. I wonder what happened. Here, let's see what happened. Let's go to 10%. 12. Okay. 81% probability we get to the 12% level, and guess what we did? We got to the 12. We got there and turned around. I don't know that I don't know that helps at all, but anyway, I hope I had it on the right window. I guess I did. Got a 51% probability of the overnight high just up there too, plus some liquidity at 59 and 62. Has none of those long liquidity streaks like we've had lately. Oh, I lied. 70. 70 has been in the market since 7:23 this morning. This liquidity stack 70s up here. Now, in this case, the idea would be if they get back to the 25, supposedly, to trade on, I guess. Remember that 10 o'clock, Trump has a potential microphone moment. God knows what he would say at somebody's funeral, but nothing's out of the, nothing's off the table, I don't think, anymore. Oh, no, it's not. No. Sorry. It's not Graham's funeral. It's the potential Israeli PM at 10. So that is definitely a microphone moment. Very definitely. Oh, come on, RT, please. Just work. That bitch. Yeah. There's a previous RTH high. Value area high. One of the things that is always one of the supposed facts about this trading stuff is in a trend day, there is no value area high or low because price is looking for value. Yesterday was not necessarily a trend day, but boy, it had one hell of a big spike. So the story goes, anyway. Well, there's the 25%, and I guess I should have gotten long. I was busy looking around at IRT over here. We'll see what happens. Yeah, they're both supposed to be meeting, but there was nothing in I saw that on some ground news that Zelensky and Netanyahu, I guess, were both supposed to be in DC, but in Financial Juice, the only stuff that I saw was right here. Trump meets Israeli PM, and then Graham's funeral at 1. Nothing about Dinklewitz coming over here, except here, this happened. I don't see this thing now about where they were both supposed to be here. But and this doesn't say anything about This doesn't say anything about the Israeli guy coming. I don't know. Jesus, I'm sick of this shit. Oh, here we go. This is not tentative anymore if they got pictures of them. Maybe it's moved past tentative, huh? He's arrived at the White House, so yeah, well, got an arrest warrant for him, so that's a good. Maybe they'll just take him into. Maybe ICE will bust him, you know? No. There's the guy that got us into this frickin' war 5 months ago. Remember that 6 months ago there was no war, no oil problem, no fertilizer problem, no Straits of Hormuz problem, or Red Sea problem. And now there is. Crazy. I realize it's discretion, but with this taking the opposite IB statistic, I'm not believing this 25% thing. And this is, right now, price has proven me right. Hey. How are you? I really don't know what to think about this kind of thing. My initial reaction is the market's going to go lower. I mean, that's my basic feeling. Panda. I'm tired of you hurting me. Well, there was a 20 or the bounce, eh? To about the 10, I guess. Yeah, I would say that's probably true. Previous value area low is down here at 27 quarter. So we're still trading around in value, right? Or is my stuff all freaking upside down again? No. There you are. What we don't have here is a value area high, which is way above us. No wonder. Well, you're going to get to find out right now. I'd say they're going to try to squeeze it, but we still have those liquidities up above us, which seem to have been real. Yeah, never mind. Come on, Panda, cut me some slack. 58.75 liquidity, 62, but the biggie's at the 70s. Oh, it's only 200 contracts, but now 199. Been there since 7:30 this morning. I have no idea, okay, as you well know, but I would guess that is some sort of an option level or a strike or a gamma thing or something like that. Where does 74.70 just fall out of the sky? And a bunch of people think that's the place to trade from 2.5 hours ago. And don't move, just sit there. I don't see any reason or rhyme to it. But we're going to know here pretty soon. Overnight high. That must be wrong. I'm seeing people ping me. I don't know what it is. Oh, Rod's back. Well, everybody showed back up in static. What the hell going on here? I see people saying stuff, but I don't know what the hell they're up to. Oh, there we go. Well, here we go to that liquidity at the 70s, man. They just can't get enough of those. I want to know what that is and why. Why was I not long on my pullback retracement like I'm supposed to be? And here we are from 42 to, or 37 to 70. What the hell, over? No, we're taking that liquidity at 70, just bing, bang, boom. Oh, wrong freaking, sorry. That's about as close as you can get to the level without getting there, I guess. Well, there you go. Well, that level only that liquidity came into the market at 7:23 this morning, or my time, and just traded out right there. Here's yesterday's RTH session. Here's the overnight session. And here we are at the today. And there's 70. There was no real levels at 70. Well, there was spotty stuff here at 70. Yesterday, RTH, nothing overnight until it's here again at 7 o'clock in the morning. I don't know. I know I'm not going to try to short it. And even though my mistake was missing the, talking or petting the freaking cat or whatever, missing the pullback. Let's see what maybe the easier place to watch this shit is over here. Now look at here. Got long. Well, my little guy got long right here and got taken out. Or profit target 1 is there and profit target 2 is up there. So let's see how well. Maybe something can trade better than me. Obviously anything. Well, nothing Monday. No levels there on Monday. It's London's high, and it was a Friday area of consolidation. Jesus. Does that mean any of that shit mean anything? Nothing on Thursday. I'm gonna, you see all these little arrows down here? I gotta just start following this stupid thing and look at all the time. Look at all the profits it's taken. And this is just that little simple 25 retest. Pretty close to Asia Thursday's IB low. That's ridiculous. I mean, you know, that's just stupid. Talk about whatever that confirmational bias. Well, I very definitely should have just... Wait a minute. What is this one? Why is it that? Which one is this? Let me see what this even is. I don't even know. IB breakout. Okay. Oh, it's the 50-50 and 100. Okay. Just a simple breakout. I gotta have this thing start putting up a stats like I do the for your 5-minute bar thing. Look at them go. Aren't they proud of themselves? Ooh, boy. Yesterday's full session. I don't see that, but let's see if I can do something here. Volume profile stuff, right? I was doing something, some freaking where did it go? Look at there. Here's how this trade worked out. This is the same thing that Trading View took, and that I was busy, you know, being a dickweed and did not. My own worst enemy. Some one of these, where the hell was it? I think it might have been this one. Nope. This one. Yeah. This is the weekly profile, which I've kept over here for God knows why. So this would be the weekly profile, which is yesterday and today. And there's your value area high for the week. So that's not really showing yesterday. Never mind. I don't want to add it. I want to get rid of it. Why doesn't it get rid of it? Oh, wait a minute. I got more than one here. What I was trying to do was look at because this IRT is too screwed up to just change it back and forth, right? So there's the full session. If it can do it without falling over. Well, apparently not. That's ridiculous. Why didn't that change? Still get 25, 21 second lag. God, this is frustrating. Well, it's crap because it's not doing anything it's supposed to do. Sorry. That should be showing us notice the profile's not changing at all. Anything's changed the difference of freaking color. Oh, well. I missed I'm happy about the magic box. I missed this opportunity. I'm standing here bullshitting with the cat or myself or something. So that was disappointing. But all in, I'm okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're hanging on that 70 pretty hard, huh? Hmm. Hmm. Oh, nasty. Well, take your pick. Either one, either one of my IB stats are making money. Except the only one that's not's me. Jesus criminy Christ! Why do I bother? Well, if you just look at the, yesterday and today, where we were Thursday and Friday and Thursday. Short squeeze, I guess, is what they got going on, right? Somehow, for some reason, or something. Now here, let me just do something here, if I can. So there's the full session. IB high, IB low. I mean value area high and low. And here we are trading now. Where the hell are we trading now? Right up here. That's can't be. Oh, what this is yesterday's ETH and today's RTH added together. This is yesterday's full session. Got the singles in here. Singles at 85 or whatever the hell it is, 85. Session price indicator. And I can trot or plot all this stuff. Previous week's high, Globex. I've almost got them all on there. Previous week's high and low I don't have. And Globex VPOC. Oh, it's funny, I never noticed I only have 3 of them that I don't have on there. This is the indicator that's taking the big sucking the air out of the room. If you go to here and go to show and go down here to calc stats, session prices is taking 265 milliseconds to calculate. Total CPU time is 47,000 milliseconds. And I've got it pushed out to recalculate every 60 seconds. It's still taking that much time. Yeah, that's great. What I have, oh man. What I have selected to plot on the chart is different than that thing that I was showing a minute ago is session prices is what's exported. And whatever chart I have it on, it's doing all of that for whatever that instrument is. Well, just that liquidity at 85 has been hanging out there for a while. Well, I don't know why they feel the need to point it out, but it says here that during the meeting between Netanyahu and Trump, a big team of presidential staff were present. Vance and Rubio and Hegseth and CIA director and Wilkoff, wherever the hell he is. Oh, it's Israel. It's Israel's news channel reporting. Okay, I got it. Yeah, that 85's been there a while, and that's obviously next stop, I guess. Apparently, that's still an ongoing threat or a risk. a low volume node and liquidity at 75, and then previous high was up there at 75.14-ish. Yeah, I've been eating, Jen brought me in something to eat with Fritos, and I stand here chomping Fritos in your ear. And I just realized the sound was off, so I've been trying to remember to mute off and on. But, yeah, there you go. And thanks a lot for letting me know. I really appreciate that. snack attack is over now. Boy, I'm sure glad I didn't take that trade that I was supposed to take. I'm truly my own worst enemy. These Fritos were so salty, I probably better go take a baby aspirin so I don't have a heart attack standing there. Sure tastes good though, once in a while. Let's see now. What can I do? Who can I screw? What's the deal? Well, the context is up, huh? Looked like it was pretty well balanced until the squeeze-a-rooney hit. And now we've got what appears to be a B-shaped profile, which is long liquidation, or in other words, selling, according to the market profile world. Doesn't look nearly as, looking at it in Bookmap, it looks like it just, okay, so that's a B-shaped thing. That's pretty much normal. You look over at IRT where there's difference in the profiles, it looks completely different, doesn't it? I would say this was, just multiple distributions. Granted, it is a B shape if you squint, but it doesn't look as, I don't know. It looks, I don't know what the deal is, what that is, why that is. The relative sizes should be the same. I guess it's just an optical illusion. I mean, the extreme there and the extreme here, and these are all pretty much the same, I guess. Here it's just similar, same. It looks very different on Bookmap compared to IRT, actually. This bit up here looks to be sticking out a hell of a lot further on IRT. And there's no way I have of doing that, I don't think. I'm not sure if you can show the values there or not. Anyway. Oh well. It is what it is. How quick I lose my way. I came into the office this morning with a conviction that I was going to take the magic box, which I did, and the IB to the rejection, retrace, which I didn't. And look at it.
Well, with standing here watching this bob around, I Googled gamma levels, Tasty Trade. It says options change, finding and using gamma on Tasty Trade. Switch to the table mode in the trade tab to see numerical gamma values for individual strikes. It doesn't go on about those levels like we were talking about. Just, I don't know why I typed that, but I did. Oh. Yeah. Mentor Q is the first one that pops up as far as sponsored gamma level things after the AI explanation. Call wall. The strike price with the highest positive gamma acts as a ceiling or resistance level where dealers sell stock. Put wall. Strike price with heavy put option interest acts as a floor or support level where dealers buy stock. Gamma flip, the exact price where the net gamma shifts from positive to negative, and it says then market impact. Positive gamma above the flip, dealers buy dips and sell rallies to calm the market and in lower volatility, and negative gamma below the flip, dealers sell into falling prices and buy into rising prices, which makes price swings larger and faster. That's interesting. So much for my excursion there with Google. Wow. Mentor Q. I guess I can try to do that. Maybe I'll try to do that down here in case there's something interesting I can. Everywhere you look, it's Mentor X or whatever it is, Mentor Q. It's not Mentor, it's Menthor. What the hell does that mean? I thought it was Mentor. I didn't see it spelled before. So knowing the flip price and stuff is the real important thing, because that's where apparently it has such an impact. And I also saw something that intrigued me a minute ago. It said something about gamma levels on TradingView. I suppose that's probably one of these other ones. Because it's so popular nowadays, I'm pretty sure none of them are free. There you go. Core ES gamma levels. Well, there's your 7500 and your 75 quarter. Gamma flip is 74.65. Current spot 74.48, which is not even close. Whenever this did its thing here, I don't know. Footwall 7,000. Well, Jesus Christ, that's so far below. How could that possibly be even remotely helpful? That's just daily. Oh, there you go. Okay. Yeah, I when I Googled the first one on the upper machine there, I put gamma levels in it. You know how it throws up some suggestions below, and it said trading view. So I wanted to see about the tasty trade, and I didn't click on it first. But yeah, I think everybody can integrate with TV, because it seems to be a real popular and real widely used by the retail squad. And FineScript is, you know, if I can figure it out with the help of whichever thing it is, Google's thing or whoever it is that helps me do that, it's in a couple hours I can get something that works. It's definitely definitely easy. You know, there's the buy on the breakout, and there's T1, and here's T2 sitting up here waiting. Now, if I can generate that in a couple hours, that's saying something for AI. Not for me. Will they get to T2? Will I be mega depressed? Trying to get over that. salt rush and the blood pressure. Okay, what's going on now? It's really an amazing progress that's been made. I'll give it up for that. It hasn't made me a penny, but it's interesting. Boy, I think of the countless hours I worked late into the night doing the stuff I did in my career, you know, which was pretty much database stuff and project management with the Microsoft project server and project online and all that, and then Power BI reporting. And I'm sure I could have probably done years worth of work in 10 minutes using this frickin' thing, you know. That's probably why I got farmed out, I guess, when the company was sold. Yeah, well, so many did, but yeah, it's I guess it's kind of like being a buggy wheel builder, you know. Maybe not in demand anymore. Maybe. Let's see here. Well, come on up and get this T2 so I feel better. Somebody made money around here. Not me, but at least the Algo guy did. Uncle Algo. Uncle Algo. Let's see. Spot Gamma Trading View. Let's look for that. There we go. Trading View yeah, Mentor Q. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, are you on the right? Am I on the right? No, there we are. Yeah, I did. I went back to the Trading View thing, and and it's all. Well, here's Fetch BI. But most of it's all Mentor. What does Mentor mean? I always thought it was mentor. What the hell does that even mean? I don't want Mentor Q. I just want to know what mentor means. Maybe it doesn't mean, oh. There we go. Well, I thought it was mentor, and what it says here is often misspelled as mentor. So I wonder if they actually misspelled their own name. Isn't that funny? I wonder if that's the truth. Who is a mentor? Yeah, mentor. I thought it was mentor. But yeah, well, anyway, so what? Who cares? I can't spell either, but Yeah. So yeah, it's a YouTube. It's a something. Yeah. And I'm sure free isn't included in that sentence. End of the day indicator. We're trading view. Oh, end of the day. Or intraday. Okay. GTX strategy explained. Reddit. I know. I'm always leery of Reddit. I guess it's a reasonable. I guess it's grown into its own, but the minute I see that, I spook. What's that? That's trading view. Using gamma levels exposed. What the hell is this? I never go to Reddit ever. I mean, I get spooked the minute I get close. Our levels are updated here, okay. Oh, I don't think I want to do any of that. I don't think any of that sounds good. I don't think pace from our place is something I'm up to. Well, obviously, they're obviously calculated levels based on strikes. So I suppose if you wanted to go swimming down that rabbit hole far enough, you could do that all yourself. And that's where it comes down to, is it just easier to use Min Thor Q? Like I am trying to use Edgeful to streamline this vetting process. Now, the next step I have to do, that I've understood it, is I stand here and talk about it and then not take the gosh darn trades, sorry, when it signals. And look at this. What is that? Just say I took it straight off the 25 and didn't extrapolate like I normally would do. What is that? Where am I? 43 to 43.71, 30 something handles. Man. I think that's pretty interesting. Their whole thing is built on a spilled word. That's pretty interesting. Yeah. I worked for myself pretty much my whole adult life until the last, 10 or something years I was with this outfit, but I was basically working I got paid by those guys, but nobody ever really told me what to do. I just knew what was required. I designed an entire database system that not only did the whole project management thing, it also did a whole revenue component, which I designed completely into Microsoft Project Server, and which they're still using. And this was for the global company. And I just did what I needed to do when I needed to do it from wherever I was. And now it's my, for which I got paid. But Yeah, this has only been tough lately since that you get used to that income stream, and then this hasn't filled in some other details that are extra, detractions. Income front, but yeah, and that's why I just need to get that basic maintenance up to, and then enjoy it. Yes, exactly. Don't report to anybody, run your own show, and there you go. Of course, you got all the downsides. You don't have insurance, you don't have an IRA, you don't have or a 401k and all that contribution stuff. But yeah, I'd worked for myself for my whole life until, well, the layoff was 2 years ago. Well, it was 2 years ago. It's this February. Coming February, so a year and a half, and 10 years before that. So yeah, that's a long time. But and I come from that background. I don't know about you, but I come from that background. I was raised on a ranch in Montana. Well, ranchers they don't report to anybody but them, right? Or the cow. And my mother and father, I was a black market baby a long time ago. And the two people that bought me divorced. So I have two sets of parents, basically, or mother and stepfather and mother raised on the ranch since I was 9. And, but the father that had bought me owned his own Cadillac dealership and had never worked for anybody else in his life either. So it was kind of come from that kind of thinking or spirit, So yeah, I agree with you 100%. And as long as you're pulling it off, that's absolutely right. And somewhere I used to have a T-shirt that says I'm the boss, and I've got my wife's permission to say so. Yeah, a lot of water under that bridge here in my house, I'll tell you. My side, anyway. Yeah, and I've always thought since the first time I saw trading, I thought that is the most fantastic opportunity I've ever seen in my life. Because I don't have to tell you that, I don't think, or anybody that's listening here probably. Consistent, a continual stream of opportunities, and you don't have to report to anybody, and basically minimal capital investment as far as plant and equipment to get off. Yeah, that's what's so frustrating about struggling such, to some degree in the face of it, in the face of that opportunity. It's really tough. Well, scoot on up there and get that 7,500 or whatever the hell it is, 7,600. And let's see. Be interesting to see if Trump figures out a way to come up with some, Hillary Clinton's a bitch or Obama did something when he's at at what's his dink's funeral, you know. I'm sure he'll manage that. I wonder, you know, I've actually heard people say, and it's kind of like this last speech he gave or whatever else. It was somebody's going, he needs to just get over this crap. You know, stop blaming everything on Obama or Hillary Clinton or the 2020 election. It's 6 freaking years ago, for crying out loud. You know, I would suppose that I was sick of it 2 minutes after it started, but I suppose a lot of people, I believe that a lot of people are feeling that too. I heard them actually interview some Trump voters, and it's like, yeah, okay, get over it already. Yeah, well, that's obviously we are a product of our upbringing and our mentors. Mentors. Yeah. And also where I grew up was pretty much that way too. You know, I'm in Montana and Wyoming. It's not like Philadelphia where everybody worked at a plant or something, you know, DC or Detroit or something like that. It was everybody was pretty much a entrepreneur somehow. There were a few people that worked. The two biggest things in Livingston, Montana, which is where I went to high school, because it was the closest town to our ranch, was the Burlington Northern Railroad came through there, and they had a roundhouse, which is a place where it was a huge turntable. They could drive a locomotive on it and turn the thing around, and then that's what pointed the locomotive down the track the other direction. And consequently, there was a shop there. So a lot of guys worked for the Burlington, you know, Northern, like electricians and those kind of people. But remember, this whole town had a population of 8,500 people. So when I say a lot of guys worked there, and the other was Birkeland Stud, which was a sawmill, because there were lumber, you know, a lot of logging and loggers around, also entrepreneurs, making 2x, and Birkeland Stud made 2x4s. Maybe hired, you know, 50 people. And I suppose the Burlington Northern probably hired a few, 200 or 300 or something. Those were the industries in that town. The rest of it was, you know, like a little dry goods store that was owned by some guy, and my friend's dad owned the bank, and you know what I mean? It wasn't Wells Fargo or any of that. It was Claude Erickson owned the, you know, Wyoming, what was it called? Wyoming National Bank? No. Montana State Bank or Montana, something like that. That kind of thing. Oh, he plays the same record over your dad. Your dad? I think I'm missing something. Thinking too fast for me, my brother. Well, here we go to 82s again. Breakout and retest with a little crazy thing. I see a whole bunch of people back in static again, so they must have all been on vacation at the same time or something. I see Rod's back and whatnot. All right. I think I haven't been over there since earlier this morning. Oh man. Yeah, I think the salt's getting worked through my blood. I can focus my eyes again. Getting old ain't a pretty picture, dude, but I tell you one thing, it's Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Well, it was the Burlington Northern, and that route was it's kind of like I-95, or I-70. It's the east-west continental route across the north. So. Oh, yeah. Oh, Jesus, yeah. Yeah, I got it now. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that would have made perfect sense. Yeah, take it across the northern. I don't know who they would have hooked up with over Oregon or somewhere, but in Montana, basically there's that little tall, skinny part of Idaho that shoots up through there. It's about 40, 50 miles wide, and then it's Oregon, and then it's Washington. And so they're pretty, and Calgary is just north, so there's that also. Yeah, Trump is just. I saw a pretty funny thing on something. It was that Desi, whatever her name is. Trump going on and all these people, just recent, pep rally or whatever he calls them. Communism is the biggest threat to America, and his head's all bobbing. And I think it's the biggest threat to America we've ever seen. And then she goes back and plays 5 other speeches from, back in months and back in years, and every one of them he says exactly the same thing but different. Voting, all these different things. And the last one he says, and I think the biggest threat to America is stupidity. And she goes, well, yeah, you got something there on that last one. It was pretty funny. No, I don't think so. I haven't seen any real bar trade. Maybe. Let me see what Static has to say. Here we go. Are we on the right thing? No. Oh, there we go. There's Rod. I use rotation to get long. Bar on a previous VOC and IBC. There you go. So here's one of Rod's. Here was his something. Where's his entry? I don't see the entry here anyplace. I don't see the entry, but I see a take profit. Oh, entry's right there. Okay. Overnight volume point of control. Entry, take profit, take profit. So 64s to 38s. And quoting Tom. That doesn't look good there. Yeah, so some people wandering back in, but not very many. The usuals, Harry and didn't matter, and the other guy's name I forgot, Kevin or Brian or something like that. Oh yeah, I bet it. I of course don't know anything about Ukraine, but I'm sure that those alpine countries up there are much the same as where I grew up. Yeah. And I agree with you. Beautiful country, and always, I guess it's part of me somehow. Still. See the mountains and the lakes and pine trees makes me feel good. And what a way to grow up as a kid, with a horse and a dog and a ranch and a mountain. play with. It was pretty cool. Definitely a time that's gone by, never again, that's for sure. Never to come back again. I went to a one-room country schoolhouse with all 8 grades, primary grades, 11 kids, and we had outside bathrooms. Privies, you know. So that's, those days are long, and one teacher, obviously. Those days are long gone. Oh, good for you. This would be, I would think, a bar trade. So there's a consolidation, there's a breakout or retest. This is also the IB pullback, and you know that I was supposed to do and didn't. I don't, yeah. It was hard for me to see, obviously. No fence trades today. Breakout, yep, but no wick for the trigger. And this is, I don't even know what this is, to be honest with you, what the time frame is. Probably 5 minutes, I would suppose, guess. An hour, so it is the IB. This one, on the other hand, did fine. 112 ticks, very little heat, by the numbers. And I stand here like a fool. Entry, you know, breakout, trigger, entry, a little bit of heat, T1, T2. And now this doesn't add in T1 because this old indicator can only deal, this that Chad coded up long ago, only looks at the, it doesn't add T2 or T1 or multiple targets. So the distance from here at entry to here should be added to that, to this 112 ticks. Early on when I was doing the this first initial balance setup, which also made money twice today, I would keep this chart up on this side, and then I had the levels, these levels pushed to our book map, and I would trade them religiously when they set up. And I don't know why I'm not doing the same thing over here. I guess I'm not completely convinced about how to use these the edgeful retracements, but I have to just start cutting a line in the sand, just like the magic box this morning, and doing the damn things, because this is just this is important. Hold on. All right, the low from the rear. Right here. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. So you're considering this to be the bar, this to be the breakout, this to be the retest, and then the bounce. I'm not arguing with it at all. I'm just trying to figure it out. What I would think was this was the consolidation, so I would be thinking this was the bar, and this was the breakout, and then the retest back here, which is okay. Then then up you go. But you're way ahead of the curve, which is great. On the right page, yeah. Okay, good. Here. Breakout, retest, boom. Yeah. Yeah, they look really good in hindsight to me. And if you're taking them in habit, good for you. Rod does, he's build his own house and goes traveling with the family and seems to be doing great. Good for him. Nice guy too, seems like. And my magic trade this morning wasn't very well executed either. I'm gonna have to practice the hell out of that and make sure I can identify the previous resting order from the stops of the executed order. I'll do that tonight. Oh, the difference is when I do it on replay, it doesn't load those 5 additional copies up, right? Which throws me for a loop when I first look at it. Now, the recording of today will do that because it's in the recording. So when I look at it tonight, I will see all those orders, but I really blew it right over here by just getting out instead of going down to 96 ticks, taking it down, letting it run and then trailing it. Oh, Spam's calling. How lovely. I haven't heard from her in a long time. I never answer my phone. I just happen to feel the desk vibrating. There's like 3 people that call me, and their name all comes up, right? Because they're in my Outlook. So just throw on along and go to take a nap, right? And in reality, there's a 50-50 probability that that'll work. I guess. Well, and there's where that go long idea wouldn't work very good. And we're at 12 o'clock. Well, I'm going to step away and not do something stupid here. Do my midday shower. Panda's clapping. Don't be funny. Shave, shower, and all that stuff, and wander back by here in a few minutes. All right. What are we talking about here? 77.75. Okay. So that is essentially another bar idea, right? If you want to squint your eyes. With a breakout and a retest and a breakout and a retest and a, yeah. I am now gonna step away here for a minute. Well, we didn't travel too far, did we? Mm-mm. Well, I guess. See, am I off mute? Something's wrong here. There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Off mute. One, two, buckle my shoe. Do, 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 do. So I guess we're okay here. What? Well, VPOC migration, look at there. Just at the second I walk in here. Just at the second. The hell is he talking about? 1310. Eastern time. Eastern time. Boy, if when price gets below these three tails down here, it's going to go kaboom. That's for sure. Low volume area. Well, how'd you do? I'm back. Yeah, it's kind of a just had a VPOC migration on the micros. I don't know about in your world over there. No, not at all. Pretty different world though. Look at that. Look at the difference in the look at the difference just in the charts. Wow. Oh, I see something that didn't used to happen I see something different here. On Bookmap, previously, when you would switch instruments, the trade control panel would go null. Now it stays active. Huh. And this is completely different than on IRT. In fact, IRT's shifted the opposite way. Where am I? IRT shifted up in around 11 o'clock and shifted down now. Wow. POC I'm talking about. I'm pretty surprised about that. This is that thing switching back and forth is that's real strange to me. Look at how this is different. Wow, that's amazing. This looks surprisingly like my MES over here on IRT. The POC movement and everything. Well, that's because it's got all these icebergs and crap still floating around out here. Huh. That's really strange. And this is completely different. The POC movement is completely different. Now, should I go along now and just look at another betting on the POC or the VPOC migration? This one would have worked. Whew. Wow. What a difference, huh? Amazing. I wonder which one's right. My micro ES here has got the VPOC jumping all around like it is on the ES in Bookmap. Exactly. I give up. That is pretty weird. That is more than pretty weird. That's disappointing, I think. And Bookmap is completely off base from them. Now the POC on the ES here on IRT is exactly as it appears to be on Bookmap. But the MES, not even close. Well, not exactly equal, but pretty close. Got, let's see, where's this time? 11:44. $12:20. So there's about 11. Close. Close. Pretty close. Not quite, but close. And then back up again, but only one step up. Trading at 72, 74, 70, 73, and this is saying 74, 74. The POC, I mean. But the micro is out there like Pluto. Son of a bitch. Ugh. That is really annoying. I tend to believe IRT, but maybe that's wrong. Maybe that's the wrong the wrong approach. What I know about Bookmap, I mean, just thinking off the top of my head here, if there was a difference, you know, if the starting delay or whatever that is, sometimes it doesn't want to or starts a little soon, a little beforehand, because this is calculated based on this volume profile right here. So I don't know what to say. 7472 is on IRT and 7474 over here on Bookmap. Try to do something here. I'll try to download some data and see what happens. I don't guess it's gonna fall over. Who cares? Well, that's a little bit more like Bookmap. Except it's now 7472 half, and Bookmap is, yeah, same thing. Okay. God damn, that's pretty weird. Disappointing, actually. Yeah, there's a hell of a lot. Look at this thing. But, you know, all they've got to do is just sell her down a little bit, and we're going to have another doji over here on our hands. Or whatever you call them. The action is quite a lot faster, absolutely, on Bookmap. Which is, I guess, understandable. Well, the VPOC migration here on the first one that I had go by on Bookmap would have been okay. I mean, it's not a trade I have, but I always like to develop it. And there we have the full context of the day. Including the reverse breakout on the IB, the typical expected IB stat to be taken is opposite the first level formed. Well, I guess that could be true. No, it couldn't. No, because there's the first level formed as the IB high. So the expected level to be exceeded or taken out is IB low. Oh, look how close we got to the to T2 here. Wow, look at that. On my little algo boy over here. Well, that's too bad. It'll close it at the end of the at the end of the session if it doesn't achieve the target or the stop. given the volume that we've traded, this is the balance line. The gold down here and the gold up here. When we came into the market from overnight, it was perfectly balanced. Right now, what this is saying is in order to balance this out, we got to trade the volume up here to equal here. 531. I don't know if that's tradable information or not, but that's what it means. That's what it means. Or that's what those lines are for, and that's how they're calculated. This is not much of a powerful hour here. I suppose the Lindsey Graham funeral is in full swing because that was supposed to be 1 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. You know. Let's see what we got going on here. Just that little crap of Trump announcing that it's so obviously somebody's shorting oil, right? Down $4.27 a barrel on Brent. The manipulation is just staggering. Going to roll out bans on robots and inverters so people can't buy generators if their power goes out. Wow. And of course, nobody in America makes them reasonably priced. Okay. No talk about the funeral, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Oh, now it says, wait a minute, nobody moved. Yeah, 1300, that's right. Okay, well, they're having a funeral, so I'm sure that's lasting more than an hour and a half. Might be a break in the tweet storm. Tomorrow is a big day. I'll do the market recap here in a few minutes. Well, good for you. Congratulations. Yeah, good for you. Funny that there's no coverage about that in any of the stuff that I'm looking at all about Zelensky, but all this bullshit about Netanyahu. Of course, the only posts actually that I see about Netanyahu in Financial Juice are from some Israeli news source. So maybe it's quiet coverage over here and the Israelis are getting it out there somehow and Ukraine is not. I don't know. I don't know. Well, there we are, 31. So I'm going to do the market recap ahead of the there we are. There's the open into the close. Will we have a swing trade? Who the hell knows? It went from a B-shaped profile to a P-shaped, more or less, which is short covering. So I guess they squeezed them out. I think that's the interpretation. Pretty crazy looking profile over here, though, when you look at it in IRT compared to, compared to the NQ. Yeah, that's well. I mean, obviously, I hope something good comes of it. But the problem with our side, with Trump is essentially, I mean, frankly, whatever he says is meaningless. He's changed. He's gone back on his own word countless times. It's just, it must be so frustrating for people like Zelensky, and who need to be able, and the NATO guys that need to get some sort of clarification or clarity out of this place over here, and it's just a freaking clown show. It's really weird. It must be terrible. It's embarrassing to me. Anyway, so yeah, there we have it. This is IRT, of course. It's my charting package. Had some good forward testing on a couple of models. This did pretty well. This did. Oops. Come on, you son of a bitch. This did also very well. And important stuff up today. Tomorrow is the all-important big day for news. Right here. FOMC statement and FOMC interest rates. All of them at 1300 and 1330. Margins will be going up and everything else depending on how you trade, but be prepared for that. And on top of all of that, we've got earnings tomorrow. Microsoft and, I don't know, somebody. Microsoft and Meta out after the bell. And on top, we've got that. The biggie is the FOMC. That's going to be absolutely huge. This is my basic news source, which is free for anyone to use. That's why I keep it that way. You can filter for wherever you are, whatever reports you're interested in. The event title turns to a URL if you hover over it. So you can find out all there is to know about the OPEC meeting or whatever you don't. And the other source is Financial Juice, which has non-traditional economic events pulled into this calendar, which may have some risk to our auction. I can't imagine Trump is going to say anything when he goes to a funeral, but you never know. If there's a microphone there, he'll figure out a way to say something. I'm sure of that. And Visa and Ford report tonight. Those are probably some pretty important earnings, given some sort of a bellwether for the economy, I suppose. And the right side over here is a squawk box, which keeps a running total of what's going on. Tries to. What is this? Wait a minute. What's going on here? Oh, okay. 11, 12. All right, never mind. And this is where we'll have the market on closing balance at 1450. So tomorrow is just all hands on deck and be ready for a big wait and see, I would guess. I would suppose the market will just be on hold until the rate decision, because that's going to be a biggie. Hello. You know, this was last night. Remember the two gold lines? They're the balance. This is the ETH, and here we are today. Here's what our profile looks like so far today. And there's a ridiculous thing on yesterday. Indicative of short covering or buying. How much RAM do you have in your machine? You know, most PCs and laptops, you can add RAM without any problem at all. It's real simple. I mean, I'm not saying that you don't need a new computer. I'm just saying, you know, I'm just saying I need some tea. If you don't mind me asking, what's the life license going to cost, or do you know? Okay. Well, I don't know what machine you've got, but you can probably upgrade the RAM real easy yourself. I've done that a bazillion times. But always nice to have a new machine. Oh, cool. Well, good for you. Good luck. Yeah, no worries. Good luck, whatever it is, I'm sure. It was this thing, the book map was like, I don't know, it was $2,000 or something like that. And then I got it for like $1,200 maybe on the Black Friday half price, some kind of, hocus pocus sale. I don't really regret having it, but the one that's the big problem for me now, as you well know, is IRT. And mainly because I feel a responsibility to provide the levels to everybody. And also I really use the levels myself and everybody, you notice Rod's, he doesn't use doesn't push this trading levels like I do, but he has the session levels. He doesn't have, like over here, all the session levels are reflected across the chart. And so even if I didn't share these with anybody, I'd be really lost if I didn't have the session prices. And these trading levels here are pushed from IRT. Because Bookmap doesn't. And now, if Bookmap got their finger out, or if I knew how to code like a whiz bang, like part-time Larry or somebody, you could code one up and some sort of an indicator up to do what you wanted, and there you go. You wouldn't need that other package, but. And I'm sure there's people that just trade with only have one package up, Bookmap, I would suppose. Okay, there you go. Well, PCs are real. If it's a PC, is it a PC? Did you say that? Yeah. If it's a PC as opposed to a laptop, they're real easy to upgrade. But yeah, nope. Always, like I said, always good to have another machine and new stuff. Well, most laptops you can upgrade the RAM, but who knows? Like I said, it's still better to have something new. I don't know. I saw some crap. I don't know whether it's true or not. The RAM prices are coming down. This AI thing's going to fall on its ass bigger than 9/1 and the .com bubble, I'm thinking, but maybe not. These centers aren't being built and they're not having any use. And these people that were going to make all this money buying all these these GPUs and leasing them to the data centers and all that have warehouses full of unopened, unused GPUs, pretty soon that house of cards is going to go bang. I think. I would think. I do appreciate what little I've ever used that basic AI stuff, which has just been recently, but I do find it's convenient and helps me do stuff I couldn't do. So I appreciate that, but I just as soon go back to doing things the old way and save our economy and our country and people's jobs. So I'm torn between both. Oh, well, we're going to just limp into the 2 minutes to the market on close. Last night they were all light and all's buy side, but light. Yeah, typically, from what I understand, trading, and this is something you ought to ask maybe the ATAS people. I'd love to hear their answer. Our trading packages, IRT and those charting packages don't lean heavily at all on GPUs. They more so on the CPU. Now, I thought GPUs were the big, math crunchers of the world, and that's why they're being sucked up by all these data people. But I don't know that answer. That's what when I did the big AI analysis of my machines and tweaked everything around priority on this, these different softwares and all that stuff, it said that the basic. I wish I'd have kept that. I could have shown it to you. That IRT in particular, because it's single thread, is the big problem. Leans heavily on the GPU, on the CPU. So, and like my stream and all that, I've got prioritized to the GPU to kind of get out of the way of the use by IRT and to some extent bookmap. Whether any of that crap is true or not, I don't know. That's the problem with the thing about the AI that's needs to always be in the back of my mind. It just bullshits a lot. And how the hell do I know? But it's proven that it just hallucinates stuff. And I've actually even got it cornered once and called it out, and it admitted, yeah, well, I was just trying to use my best judgment or something like that. But it comes out like a fact. This and that. No, you need to do this because of that. And it wasn't really true. I'm certainly no one to judge that about, the utilization of and then I've gone back and asked it the same question and gotten a different answer. So, or, differing answers. So that's, be careful how much you lean on that. But that's how I came to the idea of the way I've got these set up now with having the priority of and you could set that all in Windows 11. Yeah. Priority of, whether the IRT gets first priority over the CPU cores or whatever else, and that's the way I did it. So we'll see. But yeah, if you get yourself a good GPU and the latest and greatest, are you going to go AMD or Intel? Like Ryzen 9s and those Ryzens, I have that computer that is my old trade computer, which is the one Bantam uses for gaming now. That whole thing runs like a raped ape with no problems and no anything else. So this one is, and And it's still running on Windows 10, but everything you get now will have Windows 11. If you're going to buy a store-bought machine, store-built. But I'm sure you'll find a big improvement. Oh, there you go. Shit, yeah, okay. I had forgotten our conversation about the Apple Mini. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, I forgot all about that. Yeah, good for you. I don't have any idea how they can get a big, a powerful GPU in that little teeny thing, but okay. And nobody will argue with Apple's strength for graphics and all that stuff. So I'm absolutely sure that you'll be really pleased with that. Yeah, I forgot about that when I was looking online and when I looked over here for the micro center stuff, and it was no different. Whoops. Well, there was the busy shooting the breeze about computers here, and the came and went. And there we are. Now they're 2 buy side and 2 sell side. So there you go. But all light. Are we on the right one? No. Here we go. Market on closing balance. I'm sure everybody's just in the hold, waiting to see what Warsh does tomorrow, and more importantly, then Microsoft and Meta. Basically non-committal here, I'd say. Look into that. I'll look into that gamma stuff. That looks pretty interesting. Well, we're getting near the close here. 6 big ones. Any new people? Thanks for coming by the stream. I don't know. Not very low numbers today. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. So, not very exciting TV because it's live trading. And if I don't do that, there's not a lot of it going on. Pretty crazy market today, though. Remember that you need to have a good work-life balance. You're the most important piece of equipment you've got in your trading office. So you need to recognize that and be sure you devote time to exercise and, be well rested. And if you're on emotional tilt, throw your mouse out the window and go for a walk, whatever. But, yeah. Going to shut them down here in about 5 minutes, the stream. Anyway, my machines will continue on till Friday night. Do those, I forget what I saw on those Apples. Is it DisplayPort or HDMI? I like DisplayPort much better. I don't, means nothing. How many monitors can those things? I don't remember this either. How many monitors can they support? You only need a couple, but actually, in your case, you probably only really need one. Or maybe 2. One for looking around at other stuff, the stream or whatever, and then your trading rig. You trade directly off ATAS, right? So it's you don't have to do any kind of gymnastics where you're watching the charting and then going somewhere else like I'm doing, or I think Antonio trades on interactive brokers, and that's all that stuff is so painful. I thought long and hard about the, a system here, and what I like about Bookmap is the fact that I can push these session levels and the volume profiles and stuff set up like this. I like the multi brackets and the functionality for trading, which isn't available to me even remotely on IRT. Well, we're going to be shut down here in a minute and a half, stream-wise. One little trade and a missed great opportunity simply because I didn't execute it. How ridiculous. I'm my own worst enemy, I think. Well, the music just pooped out. I'm not going to restart that. It's almost over, so no problem. 1 minute. Oh, cool. And my kids are an Apple family, my son and his wife. And, we all have, I don't, but I have an iPhone, but the girls have, Yen's got an Apple laptop and an iPhone, and Tam's got an iPad, and, we all have iPhones, but yeah, they're great. Well, here's the day. And that's going to be it right there, pretty much, I think. There's the 1500, so that's the cash close. Doesn't look like they're going to get all excited about a closing swing trade here. Who knows what will happen into the curb trade, but yeah, I think the market's going to kind of be in the hold here to see what happens tomorrow. That's my guess. I will definitely keep working at this and do my homework and replay and study. And thanks a lot for the feedback, and Ton. It's always really great. I really appreciate it, and the ideas, sharing of ideas. So I am going to bid thee a fond farewell. Tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Be there, be square. And we'll see what this market has to provide. Have a good one. I'm out of here. Take care.